Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Actually on time, I think. I shouldn't be by rights because I can't find Frankie. Been frantically hunting around trying to find out where Frankie's gone. Can't find him. Got the R600 one, but I can't find the R707. Oh well. How are we all doing then? We had a few in earlier, but they've gone off the top, unfortunately. We've got Timothy in. Hi, Tim. Afternoon, Aaron, Dorf, Joe, Tambly. Daniel's in. How you doing, mate? Yeah, we're okay. Good to see you, Daniel. Been released from duties, have you? Hi, Michael. Gerard, just about to start work on one. Good luck with that then, mate. They're not great radios to work on, to be fair. They do sound amazing when they're done, but it's a pig of a job to get inside the things. Rump with a Bailey. Oh God, that's going back a bit. Hi Nick, how are you? Dids. I can't. I have no finger. I've got a monk in today. Hi Rob's radio channel. Danish, Danish. Off to make some bean juice. Bean juice? Aston's in. Dreary, damp Plymouth Wits. Just blowing a gale here, Aston. Thomas and Susie, how you doing? Slippery roads. Stay safe. Rob Tiveridge, hi Rob. Mike Cass. Bob Anderson. Watch me or continue recapping your trio. I won. We could always try and do both, Bob, you know. Map, how you doing? GT Jeff. Got quite a few in. Benji's in. John Turner. Hi, John. Christian from Bavaria. Hi, Christian. Just trying to catch up. Where are we? You just did a big jump then. Just going down through and through. Ken Surtees. This afternoon, Ken. Sorts, so are you? Just looked in. Dave K.I. Hi, Dave. Time to watch, yeah. John Hood, hi, John. I know. Oh, prison tea, right. Russie, afternoon, Russie. A monk's finger. It could be, I suppose. What is it I've got here? Faith in Haze. The Northern Monk Twist Edition. You're not to multitasking, I Tenu. Wow, you know, we're not supposed to be able to multitask us blokes, are we really? But I don't know, I sort of manage it somehow. But yeah, I really don't know where my my R707 test set has gone. I'm trying to think when I last used it. I can't remember whether I did an R707 last or an R600. But yeah, can't seem to put my hands on it. I've had to have a shuffle around for Christmas in the spare room because people coming to stay, and I put it somewhere safe. I know where it was, and it certainly ain't there now. Power's very good, Rob. Very nice. So yeah, today's victim. This has come in from my website. Well, it's not come in from my website. I've got an order came in from my website in the week. Doesn't seem to like that grill for some reason. I'll return it slightly sideways. There we go. Roberts R707, and the chap wanted one with the Roberts in the middle, so I've managed to dig out the best of the bunch. It's got a couple little dinks in the grill, but not too bad. I'm hoping I can push them out. That's the worst one there. This one will push out easily. a slight dip there, so I think that'll come out okay. The Roberts badge, it looks like someone's glued that back together, so I'll have to have a look and see if that's been done properly. If not, I'll have to replace it. It's looking pretty good on top. It's all there. We got a decent aerial. Don't buy one of these without an aerial because you won't get one to fit it. They're quite long. The actual base section is really long, so you'd have to put some spacers in to make the gap up to use another one. Make sure you got all the knobs, which we have. They're all in good nick. So yes, it's a good candidate. The handle's another thing to watch out for. You know, these can break, they can crack. This one's okay. And it doesn't look like it's been touched inside. Very often you see holes drilled in the side where someone's decided they wanted to make their own power supply and put it in there because it's cheap. Cheaper to run than batteries. But no, this one's okay. Everything's untouched inside, which is how you want them really. Including the dreaded module, which lives up in underneath here. This one. You can see it, just with the sticker on that says, "Under no circumstances should any attempt be made to service the module. Return it to Roberts." There's another module in here, which is for the FM front end. I think there's a little bit of AM in there as well, but that never needs touching. You've got some adjustments on it which might need doing, but there's I think there's one lock fit inside that, so there's nothing in there that's really going to go wrong. The lock fit could get noisy, I suppose. Apart from that, all good. Roller speaker. This takes the lantern batteries, those big square ones with springs on it. We've got all the original caps in there. I've noticed we've got a wire off here as well. Not sure where that's come off of. It's obviously off of the aerial. Probably that terminal there, I would think. But that's not going to be too difficult to tack back on. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if this works. I don't expect it to work, but you just never know, really. It's a 12-volt radio. So not quite as powerful as the Hackers, which are 18 volt, but nonetheless a really, really good mid-range and treble on these radios. The bottom end isn't as good as the Hackers, but treble, mid and treble is really good on these. They do sound great with classical music. So really, really good radio. If you love punishment, that is, and you want to have a go at yourself. I wouldn't recommend it, really. Yeah, putting it somewhere safe is a surefire way to lose it. Rob ahead. Hi, Rob. How are you, mate? I haven't forgot your 2001, Rob. I've got quite a lot on at the moment still. Derek, afternoon. He has got the original caps, never been touched. Afternoon, Les. Now, people will say they've got these that are working, and they may be working just about, because these sets will work with whiskers on the transistors, but it does desensitize them a little bit. You tend to find that one will have whiskers and maybe one or two of the others won't, and it'll still work. But it does pull the IF down a little bit. You can't really tell unless you stick another identical one beside it, really. But yeah, this one's in good nick and ripe for restoration. So I've got a couple of weeks to get this done, but sooner the better, really. So first things first, we need to get the old, the Northern Monk. Faith in Haze. Anybody ever tried this stuff? Mrs. Cruncher went shopping last night and got me three Northern Monks. All different ones. This is a hazy IPA, Faith in Haze. I've had it in the fridge because usually you've got to serve them chilled, haven't you? I don't know if it says anything about that here. Brewed in the North with Brian Dickinson, or Dixon. Keep chilled. Ah, there you go. Keep chilled and sup up. So this is from Leeds, Holbeck in Leeds, Northern Monk. And 6%, so it's not weak. It's quite meaty. We're okay, Derek. Thanks. Hi, Peter. Hi, Jess. Hi, Rolf. You're pleased with yourself, Rolf. What have you done? Cheapest scanner. Sorted in 2 minutes. Oh, good stuff. This is hazy. You're not going to be able to see it because I'm going to pour it in this one, but yeah, it looks like one of my dodgy urine samples. This does. Right, I can smell it. I'm not a massive IPA fan, to be fair, but some of them are really nice. Anyway, cheers everybody. Here's to R707 nastiness. Tape enthusiasts, afternoon to you. £600 via Honda. 60 quid for the scanner. You've had the module done. What did they stick in it, Derek? Do you know? They put AF125s in it. Because the last versions did have the AF125s in them. Let's get my test leads if we can unravel them. Don't know what the hell's happened to Frankie, but I am gonna need it later, really, because the whole point of having a test set is so she can test it before you put it back together. Because the last thing you want to do is get one of these back together and find it does not work, because you've got to pull it all apart again. And these ones, the switch bank on these is not screwed in, it's twisted in with tabs, and you don't want to be twisting them too much. Right, let's see what we're on here. Oh, how many volts? Well, 14 volts. Let's knock that back to 12. Shut the current limit down. Let's see if this beauty will fire up. So, who thinks it's going to work? Who thinks not? Will he or won't he? Let's get that water out of the way. A bit of a session last night for some reason. It just has to be done sometimes, doesn't it? Still racking my brains as to where Frankie could be. Right, what do you think? Will it or won't it? The light is blowing it out a bit because of this grill. Just finished fixing a couple of 2001s for your friend. I've done one of those tape infused. Yes, I've got one more to do, which, I mean, the one I did do previously wasn't working at all. One of the ICs had gone in it. Yeah, the ribbon cables were a pain. I bought some new ribbon cable and redid them. But, yeah, the picture's a bit of fun on those. The odds with an R707 are not great. It's sort of almost 50-50 if you're lucky. But yeah, I wouldn't touch it, Rob. It's a bit out of your league at the moment to fix a module. A lot of people have tried and failed. Hi Gia, how are you? Right, let's stick it on VHF then. Pop the aerial up. Give it a chance. Here we go. It's gone into current limit. I just took it off of that. It's drawing 40 milliamps, but absolutely it's got these buttons that are a pain in the neck to latch as well. So let's have a listen around 100. Good bit of amplifier noise. Others. It is working, but very low. So if you can hear that, that's nearly maximum volume. That's maximum volume. So let's say there is a signal getting through, but very faint. So Radio 1's just about getting through. That's one of the stronger stations. And Classic FM is just about getting through. Medium and long wave, we've got the knackered aerial. I'm not sure which coil is disconnected on that one. Is that medium wave or long wave? That's a long wave coil's disconnected. I'm pretty sure it goes to that one, but not making any difference. Medium wave. Touching the aerial. So touching the ground. So let's pop it back onto VHF again. Turn it down a little bit. Let's put it onto onto Classic FM. You can just about hear it there. So if I get something and we'll whack the module, see if it springs into life. It's going to make me jump if it does. No. Oh. It did then, didn't it? So they did spring it to life there, and it's almost like they've got whiskers on the... I don't know if we haven't got whiskers on the output transistors, you know, on this one. Let's take it out of the case and have a look. So it ain't looking good, is it? It's not looking good for the poor old R707. But these do sound awesome. Ha! Hi, Paul. Oh, Valdir, VP. Mac Vision, afternoon Mac Vision. Need a bigger wrench. Yeah, what size is that? That's a 6-inch. Temporaria drop forge. I thought it was a Baco one, but it's not. It's a cheapy one. Hammer time. So we need to get the thing out. What's Paul sent me? Paul says he's pinged me something. Let's have a look. Paul sent me a video. All right, it's got an R707 with all the bits, power supply, box, and all. Wow. What about the case, Paul? I can't play a video now because it'll slow me down. Technical data PDF. I have got the technical data PDF, but I've actually got that up and running in the background. Cheers for that one, Paul. That's very nice, sir. PS12, I believe I've got one of those as well. Here, somewhere. You love doing these, Paul, don't you? And another ping. Oh, well done, Sorts. Thank you. Chris is in. Hi, Chris. Chris Milky. And if I said hello, Chris. So let's get this one out of the case then. Poor old thing. So just a couple screws underneath. Read the bottom on the PS12. Read the bottom. Made in what was Great Britain. Oh, you've reprinted the label, Paul, have you? That looks different than mine. Have you remade one? Have you stuck a new label on it? I think mine's up over there somewhere. Looks a different shape as well. You've got the instruction manual for it. Yeah. Yeah, I've got all the files for all the manuals. Been stuck in the middle of my accounts all week. Managed to get a draft off to the accountant yesterday, so I'm hoping I can settle down to get some more repairs done. They are mounting up. I've got people waiting. I've got 3 SW55s waiting to come in and 2 years still to do. It's SW55 galore at the moment. The latest one coming in from South Africa. So Straps are loose. Let's see if he'll come out the top. A bit of wiggling. Let's take these off. Let's pop the aerial off. Take that off and put it somewhere safe. We've got to disconnect the speaker and this thing here. The easiest way is to just take this out completely. Doesn't seem to fit very well. Let's see if it's a posi drive. Yeah, looks like they've used posi drive screws on this one. So what date are these? Are they sort of got, it's a 70s radio, isn't it? 1969 these, something like that. 1969, 70. This is a fairly early one. The serial number 20,412. I've done a lot of these. They've gone all over the world, these sets that I've repaired. There's a couple over in the States that I've done. Trying to think where else I've sent them off to. Where's my thing gone? You need to get this out of the way to unsolder the speaker. New label, original box. Very good, Paul. I didn't notice that. It did look a very clean label on it, I must admit. 69 to 77. So you've got 6, that's an early one. 6479. I've got about 15 of these things scattered about sorts. They're all over the place. There's another one over there, but I think that's the later one. What's this one over here? I thought this was Frankie, but it's not. Yeah, that's a later one with a square badge, or rectangular badge. Seen better days. And we'll have a look over that way in a minute for Frankie. Harvey's in. How did you get here? I don't know, Harvey. You must have pushed a button somewhere. Let's undo this. Get the case out of the way. That'll be a separate job to restore the case. I won't do that. I might film it, but I won't do it. I won't be doing that today. See if we can get the electronic stuff done today. Let's pop those off as well. Pop this one off. Come on, solder iron. Don't you start failing on me. There we are. So there's the dreaded module. Lovely. Somewhere I've got just a real rough old R707 speaker that I use for testing. Is that it there? 4 ohms. Now the R707 is not 4 ohms, is it? It's something weird like 25 ohms or something strange. That's typical. I had that speaker here the other day where I was clearing up as well. I thought, oh, put that one out of the way somewhere. Let's say what the speaker is. So I've got this all printed out. In fact, there's 2 of them printed out for some reason. But I went through earlier and I put the I just wrote the capacitor values in on the circuit board layout. Oh, it's 4 ohms. There we go. Can use that one now. I thought it was something like 15 or 24 ohms or something weird, but it's not. It's 4 ohms. Let's just connect this one up then for testing purposes, and we'll start giving it a good old whack and start loosening stuff and see if we can get it to do something. Stick a little bit of wire on for an FM aerial. And turn it down a little bit. Just going to loosen that screw there a minute. Just take those away from, it's got to come out anyway because I can't get the modulate with that in the way. Just take that out of the way, see if that's caused any. No. I definitely want to touch something over here with that spanner. Sprang into life, didn't it? It ain't good today. Let's whack the back of the board. There's just nothing loose. Nothing shorted. No. Does sound like there's something trying, isn't there? Sounds like it wants to come to life. Of course, we could have a dodgy lock fit. Let's have a look at the signal tracer then. See if we got any strong signals coming out. And see if it is the amplifier causing problems. Right, that's ground. It could be a dodgy headphone socket. Nope. There's nothing at the headphones, at the volume pots. There's no signal getting to the volume pot. There's got to be the module. Can just about hear the signal. Let's come over this side and go to the we'll get a decent ground. Let's go to the module pins. Well, I can't hear it at all, which seems strange because I can hear it over there. There must be something getting through. Just not sure why this. Where's the outputs over here? This thing's just picking up loads of noise. Ah.
FM.
It's not that bloody headphone switch, is it? We have got a signal with the headphone socket, which still ain't great, but
with the holdovers as director Alexander Payne and Paul Giamatti reunite, and the result is pure movie magic.
You two have chemistry.
Nominated for 7 BAFTAs, including Best Film, and 5 Oscars, including Best Picture. Funny.
Sir, I can't fail this class. Oh, don't sell yourself short. I truly believe that you can.
And the triumph, 5 stars.
We're finally getting the good stuff.
The Holdover in cinemas now.
Well, I am getting that out of there.
Come on, Sarah. The deadline is 31st of January. Less distraction, more action.
Don't be like Sarah. Visit gov.uk/self-assessment today. Payment support may be available. When I got my hearing aids, I realised just how much.
So we have got a fairly good signal in there.
To keep hearing, so I can.
Just don't know why I'm not getting it on the. So it's coming out of the module very weak. I can just about hear it there.
Deciding what to do on a Brittany Ferries holiday, Francis or Spanish adventure. Charming village. Decisions. But one choice makes all the difference. If you're French or Spanish. On board. It's the best decision you can make. Today for a free, flexible and conditions. The fresh new sound of Classic FM.
With that breakfast. I do hope that you've had, and maybe you're still having, a wonderful weekend. I can't wait to be back with you on Classic. Tomorrow, we've got some music lined up for your Monday. Pulse, planets, epic theme from the big country, and a...
That should be a lot louder than that.
Listen on your radio
Okay.
and on Global Player.
Tomorrow morning from 6:30.
Well, we stirred something up.
Classic FM.
It's that headphone socket, I think. Yeah, I think it's that headphone socket. Common issue. Oh, look at this one. What's going on here? What is going on? Have I detuned it? Just me detuning it. I reckon the issue with FM was that. Yeah, dodgy headphone socket. You can't see where I am, apologies. I'm down here. This is the headphone socket here, this first one. I'll turn that up. It's not great though, I mean it should be a lot stronger than that. Right, let's see if we can get medium wave working. The problem with medium wave is we haven't really got a station, have we? So we might have to rig up Derek's transmitter a minute. Let's rig up Derek's transmitter and have a go. I'll catch up with the chat as well in the meantime. Let's have a look then. Who have I missed? Toffee Hammer, very nice. One more ping before I get into the 707 proper. Let's have a look at Paul. Paul sent me now. Have you recovered one, Paul, have you? What is that? Can't be an original colour, surely. R707, it looks genuine, Paul, but no, it's been recovered, hasn't it? Someone's going to go recovering that. Paul's just sent me a picture of an R707 there, look. But yeah, that's been recovered. You can tell that by the way this is bulging out here, I think. This just doesn't look quite right, does it? But no, someone's had a good go at that. And that's one in its original box. And Paul's made in what was Great Britain. Centre pin positive. Yeah, interesting, Paul. John, how are you? Let's just catch up. There's a few people jumped in when I've been had my head in the 707. Yeah, it's output stage on these is 187, 188. Yeah, Gerard's got it covered. Derek's telling me it's a 4 ohms. Four ohm. The box of transistors. I love a bit of pain. RV. ZTX 300. It's different. Dirty weight band switches, yeah. Catch you soon, dear. Derek Cooper, how you doing, Derek? Gavin's in. Hi, Gavin. Missed the bus. Unless you didn't miss the boat. Shawshank. That's like a tongue twister, isn't it? Sledgehammer for electronics, Nick. Yeah, sometimes you want to do that. Hi, Daryl B. How are you, mate? Waveband switches. Rob's back. $1982. Well, we're still running. I mean, let's have a listen with the signal tracer to see if we've got anything coming out the module on AM then. Any RF hiss and noise. I will get we'll get Derek's modulator in a second and we'll put that in it. Faint. There is a faint signal in it. Let's get the modulator out a minute. If I can find it. Here we go. Which is which? That's the wave. This is the other one. This is the medium waver. Let's get this out. If you haven't got one of these, I would suggest that you order one. Very useful bit of kit, especially for something like this. Look, you know, there's no medium wave, long wave about now. Really, there's radio 4. That's very difficult to pick anything up. Let's turn that one off. Let's get something up here. Let's just chuck some YouTube stuff on. Here. Your videos. Let's just stick last week's video on, shall we? Ah, you can hear it. It's over the whole band. It's coming out over the whole band. No matter where I turn it, if we've still got it. Let's just turn it over a minute. See, it seems to spring into life every so often, doesn't it? The dodgy speaker connections away, was it? This bloody thing here again, probably. It's coming out over the whole of the band. And this headphone switches. It's coming out right the way across the whole lot. Don't know if it needs that wire there. Is that a ground? Sometimes they share the ground. Let's get the other one up. Let's have a look where the ground wire is on this one. Yeah, it's soldered to the middle connector, which I thought it was. Let's just solder that on. Looks like that's been off since new. It's not broken, I just don't think it's ever been soldered. See if that makes any difference. Hang on, I disconnected it from the power. Let's try that again. So this one's 750 kilohertz, 400 meters. So it should be around there. This damn headphone socket is becoming a pain in the backside. Let's bridge it out. Pretty sure that's the bridge. The latching mechanism needs looking at on these. Seems to be coming to life every so often, doesn't it? So we've got something loose here somewhere. Yeah, the headphone switch has definitely had it, but yeah, I'm going to take it out in a minute, Paul, anyway, so I'll do it then while I get it apart. Christoph, how you doing, mate? Thanks, Daryl. Apply heat gun with a small tip. To what, Harvey? To what? My fingers? I've had these before with a short to the case. Whoa, that made me jump. So the amplifier's certainly working. It might be a dodgy volume pot as well, you know. We could have a bit of everything going on here. We could have the lot going on here. Multi afternoon. Your birthday, is it? Happy birthday to you, Christoph. Thanks for joining us on your birthday, mate. Spraying the PCB with a freezer spray, might hope. I think it's the module, I mean, end of the day. This is the 99% of the problems with these. I mean, the signal's coming through on long wave and medium wave. I can still hear it. signal's going through the IF. Right. You know, I think we've got capacitor issues as well, because if I touch a ground on it, that's affecting it quite a lot. So there's issues. But what I've got to do is I've got to be able to prove that the module is working before it goes back in the radio. So I'm going to get the module out now. This means the switch bank's got to come off so we can sort out the latching, hopefully. We know that headphone socket's got to come apart. It's all got to come apart. Let's pop the old test speaker out of the way. And let's take it apart. Jim, how you doing, mate? Thank you very much. Tappy tappy time. So this is causing the problem. It seems to be that FM is getting through this a bit. So yeah, it's different frequencies, AM and FM, different IF frequencies. And sometimes they will let one through and not the other. Certainly this is letting a bit of FM through, but it's not letting any AM through at all. You know, every so often I touch something here and it sort of springs it into life, but there's nothing really I can see wrong with that. So it's got to come apart. This has got to come out. Now, to get this out, you've got to take this off, which is the switch panel with everything connected to it. So there's a mass of wires. I have sort of managed to perfect it. I mean, it's it's not a long time since I've done one. It's basically a row of pins down there that connect the module. If you're lucky, you can leave this side connected and just disconnect the rest of this and hinge it upwards. But like I say, these unfortunately are not screwed on. They've got twisted bits of metal here which secure the switch bank on. This is the earlier model without the tops on the buttons. The later models with tops on the buttons are screwed through underneath this dial plate. So you have to take the dial plate off to get the switch bank out. This, I believe we can get the switch bank out without taking the dial plate off, which will speed up a little bit. But so all you need for this really is a desoldering station helps, but you can pull a lot of them through if you're lucky. Just be careful because these boards aren't great and you can easily what's the word I'm looking for? Easily lift the traces on the board. That's easier to do these, because they tend to bend them over, so pulling them out could damage the traces. So I'll wait till the desoldering tool's heated up and then we'll take it out. Headphone socket's got to come out, so we'll take the top off while we're waiting for the desoldering tool. Knobs off. Cool. Always one, isn't there? Or two. We've got to go underneath that. Normally you can get these off, but oh, bloody hell, that was tight. Might be able to lever it up with the actual panel itself. Let's disconnect the wiring from these. Take a couple of pictures as we go. Always worth doing. Thank you, Rob, for switch cleaner in caps. Yeah, I know, Timothy. You really ought to check it first, because it can be a lot of heartache if you've got to take it apart again, and it might not even be the module. This is the problem. It might not even be the module, and you've taken it apart, put it back together, it's still not working, so you think it's the module, you take it apart again. That's not much fun. I'll say I have done a hell of a lot of these sets. I just think they're worth saving. And it's not cheap to have them done, but you know, you'll find it hard to beat the radio once it has been done. So I'm just taking off the wires. This being the earlier one, it's got this weird wire here. Takes a fair bit of heating because it's on the chassis. So that top panel should be loose now. It's just held in by these knobs. Let's wonder whether I can get a screwdriver in down there. Just help lever these off. That's that one going. Oh, still tight. That one's coming. That's that one. And this one. Thanks, Chris. Cool, that one does not want to come. That does not want to go off. They're only on plastic spindles as well. You'd think they'd come off easy, wouldn't you? Let's give it a little bit of help. Drop in there. It's a bit of WD really. There's me WD upside down there. See, WD is good for some things. Just let that sit for a minute. Hopefully it'll come off. Desoldering tools up to temperature. Let's get busy with that. Untangle it from the cameras and hot air station. Doesn't sound good, does it? Better. So I'm just taking the solder off all these edge connections. The little pins that come up through the board. Should get the rest off with the soldering gun. The soldering iron even. Is this going to come off now? Oh, you devil of a thing this is. This does not want to come off. I'm going to have to get a bit of rag underneath this one. This just does not want to come off, this one. Thrown everything at it. God, flipping thing. Anyway, there we are. At last, off. Say, it's in pretty good nick, that. It's good condition dial plate, that. Right. Let's tackle these then. Okay, that was tight to the board. Didn't take a picture of those wires then, but there you are. I've got loads of pictures of these. Resistors. It's actually easier to take the resistors off the board on the bottom, really. Yes, let's do that, because they're actually soldered to the legs of the module, so they've got to come out of the way anyway. Nearly there. Well, not really. So after the board out, how are these pins loose? Yeah. They're loose. Right, so I'll bend these little tabs up now that are holding this board in. I love the pain. God, Sony's are a pain in the backside, aren't they? Well, they have been recently. You get some that just everything goes right, then all of a sudden you get a batch and they're all a pain in the neck. Stick to the good old trusty vintage stuff. Can't go wrong, can you? He says, with it all going wrong. God, I don't like these bent over tabs. I much prefer the screws on the newer version. So that's the switchboard free. There we are. Didn't have to take all the wires off, just some. You can see we've got all these little wires sticking up from the module here now. You can see those or not. Let's get in a bit closer. So the module lies in underneath this. You can see all these. I'm sure you can see all these little wires coming up from the module. That one doesn't look soldered on very well there. And the other side's soldered in over here. So we need to get all of these desoldered. Let's get a quick picture of where they go. Because I always forget to take a picture of these little wires and I always scratch in my head as to which ones they go back on, so. Tend to reuse these. I've done these with flexible wire before, which is a little bit easier in some ways, but harder in others. These are easier to get up through the board. So I've done a lot of videos on these showing you how to do all of this. Before I started doing live streaming, I've done quite a few of these live as well. I don't know why, I must be a glutton for punishment, but I know you like to see me suffer, so. Right, that's that. Let's put that camera down out of the way there, I don't want to get that one caught up in anything. These pads are not stuck on very well, so it might look straightforward to get these off, but it isn't. If you cock it up and lift a pad, then it's not the end of the world. And they're a pain in the neck to get to. There's one there. There's another 2 right down underneath these wires, which again are a bit of a pain to get to. Let's put that down a minute. Because they cleverly put these other wires in the way. These were not meant to be serviced, were they really? Can't burn that wire now, I have to replace that now. Make it work for myself. Right, let's get the soldering iron and prise all these wires very carefully up so as we don't lift the board, lift the pads even. That one's clear, that one's not. Come on. Here's now this one. Not quite. Now suck a bit more solder off of that one. Bit of solder wick, because that one's got solder stuck right in underneath it. That should be there now, hopefully. Yep, that one's free. These two are going to be a pain in the neck. Bit of wick for these as well. JJ, how you doing, mate? Are you starting to do these now then, Paul, are you? Well, you didn't like doing these at all, did you? I think Mr. Andrew Alsfer as well was a hater of these. That one's free. That one's still not, but nearly is. Let's get the old wick on that one. Wick away. That looks better. Yep, it's free. Right, now did I free up this side? No, I didn't. Let's do these. These are a lot easier to free up. Heat the pins, not the pad. That's free. Yeah, so they should all be free. They've all got to be bent up now. Nobody can see what I'm up to. That's all the pins bent upwards on that side. Same for this side. Is that one there still hanging in it? No, definitely not. Well, in theory, it should come out. There he is. And he's out. Right, I wonder what we've got here. It's catching up. Yeah, that is a pain in the neck, Paul. It's a horrible job no matter what, really. So with that. Just getting some of the excess solder off the pins. Let's see what we've got inside it. Let's get the camera down a little bit. Actually, if I stick it in the middle there, then I know where the camera is then, don't I? So again, these are very easy to lift the things on, the pads. Clip together, but this one seems to be not wanting to come apart. There we go. So this little cover comes off. A little bit of fish paper or whatever you call it. This is where you've got to be really careful, especially with this end here. This pad here is guaranteed to lift the moment it sees any heat. So what you want to do is unstick this side first. Try and bend it up out the way. I think that side's free. Yes, it is. So bend that tab back out of the way, so the board is free to lift up. And all I want to do is just put the soldering on that and slide it off, rather than try and desolder it. The slightest amount of heat can lift that. Way steady. There we go. Done. And we have 2 AF115s and a 116. Plus you've got the 5 electrolytics that want doing while we're in here. No point taking this apart and not doing those, you'd be in all sorts of trouble else. Right, and again, this board is a nightmare to work on. If you put too much heat on this, all the pads will lift and you'll be in all sorts of trouble. I'm going to have some beer while I'm thinking about this. Alright, cheers Paul. Paul's pinged me again. Oh, he's pinged me that one. Yeah, I've got that one up, Paul, already. I've got all my files lined up, ready, look. I've got all my R707 files ready. This is the data thing. Someone's written some useful information about the things. Let's just get rid of that drawing tool. As I say, I've put the capacitor values on there as well, just to make it a bit easier. So I put all the capacitor values on there. There's the ERT service chart. That's the manufacturer's one, and there's the one with the module innards on it and what it does. Very useful if you've got to try and fault find or align this thing, because you can get into all sorts of trouble if you touch the wrong cores on these. You've got IF cores, but you've also got the discriminator in there and a detector, so you need to stay away from those really. In fact, I would never ever touch any of these unless there's a problem with one. So very fragile. If you apply heat to them, you can just burn the wires inside. There's all sorts of hassle with these, so the problem is if you lower the temperature of the iron, you've got to dwell on it longer, and then you're more likely to do it. So you're better off with a hot iron and getting it in and out quick. Right, let's have a bit of a tidy up, and then we're going to get the transistors out first and have a look at them. Need those. Right. Dragging everything off onto the floor every time I pull the desoldering tool out. Right, let's get my eyes on now. Let's get the old eyes on. Catch you later, Paul. You're going to plug her into Frank's first. No, Derek, I'm not. I can't find Frankie. I can't find him. I've got these on also. It's better. Right. Let's do this one first then. Get over here because I've got to be on the. Right, that's that one out. So what I like to do is get my little tiny Sharpie, one of these ultra fine tip Sharpies. Look at the orientation that it's in. Pop it out, if I can get my fingers on it. No, let's get the forceps. So it's that orientation, so it is collector, shield, base, emitter on these. So it's collector, shield, base, emitter. And I've got a little bit of paper here that I use just to confirm that. probably, this is a GT322V. There's my other little bit of paper. This is my other bit of paper. I need to redo this really. Yeah, so it's collector shield base emitter. Just make 100% sure I'm right. So let's call that one number 1. So I'll mark that as number 1, 2, and 3. Next one. Loose. So having one of these desoldering tools does definitely help this job. You'd have a job doing it with a solder sucker. You can do it with just a normal solder sucker. I have done it before I had that one, but not much fun. So again, we've got left to right this time. Connector, shield, base, emitter. That's number 2. Then the last one. I'm going off my spot, aren't I? I've gone off my spot already. This is the last one. So again, enough to right, so we've got collector. Shield. Base. Emitter. That's number 3. So I'm not going to zap these, I'm going to replace them. But let's have a look. Let's see what we got in the way of shorts on these. Or are they fine? I wouldn't say we would have ever pulled them apart for no reason, because they've got to be done. I mean, if I'm selling a radio and it's working fine, I'm still going to pull the module apart and do it. It's pointless leaving it in there, because you bet your life, like it's just a time bomb waiting to go off really, that they will go. You may think you've got a good one, but unlikely. Right, so let's pop the meter on. So I'm just going to go between the case and each leg in turn. So just double check my meter's working. So that's the shield wire, which is connected to the case. Pardon me. Just null this out a minute. My wires seem to have 2.6 ohms at the moment. Let's just wiggle the connectors about a little bit. My leads seem to have gone a bit high resistance, or my connections are a bit dirty. Let's try that again. 5 ohms now. What's going on with that? Just touching the two leads together. 5 ohms. In fact, touching. Yeah, these have got high resistance for some reason. Ah, it's this one, I think. As I'm moving this one, look. That's better. Right. Number 3 then. So collector to shield. 6 mega ohms, should be OL, shouldn't be any reading at all. Base. 6.6 megs. And emitter. 42 ohms, I think that was. It's difficult to keep it still here. Oh, dead short. It's a bit random. I'm trying to hold it on the transistor there. Shorts anyway. What have we got here? Number 1. This is the first one we took out then. Collector. Yeah. Got a read in there. Base. 3 meg and emitter. 47 ohms. Shorts. I seem to be shorted to the emitter more than anything. So collector. Ah, so that's what it should be. Oh wow. Base and emitter. So that one is a good transistor. So number 2 was probably the only one in there that was actually passing a signal through. All the other 2 were blocking it. So that's why we were getting a signal through, because that one is perfect. No problem. Other 2 both had shorts. Right. Now I've pulled these out. Let's have a look what else have I got here. I have 114s, 115s, 117s. Ah. Okay. There's me AF1. Is it those there? I mean, labels come off. What have we got here? AF125s. Right, let's try these first. See what these look like on the tester. So ideally we want something around 100 HFE. Ideally. And we also want to make sure that these are okay. So these are all AF125s. I mean 125s, 126s, 124s, they'll all work. 117s or 127s will work. And I've got to remember the pin out on these because these are different pin out. In fact, they're a pain in the backside to put in the in the circuit. The GT322Bs are better if you can get them with decent HFE, which you can't. So that's the shield, the first one. Let's have a look at these. This is the first one then. HFE of 157, nice. That's a good one. These are the same batch, so they should. Oh, hello. These are the same batch, so they should read roughly the same. 96, so that one's a bit down, but still perfectly okay. Let's see if we can match them up a bit. One's got funnily bent legs. Let's try this one. These are quite a bit smaller than the AF117s, but apparently it's roughly the same. 90. Perhaps that first one was the exception then. You don't have to have huge gain because it is the IF strip. It's not an amplifier really as such. $80, we're getting lower. Where battery's going, I bet. Ben, how you doing, mate? And Sandra. Sorry, I'm not really looking at the chat for a minute. I'm just going to get these tested. 74. They are going down. I wonder if my battery's getting low. So these are all around the 90 mark, really, aren't they? 90 to 100. Set that one, which was 157. $179. That's a good one. We'll have that one. That's 2. We want one more. Then we've got to work out how to bend the legs to make them fit in the holes. That's always fun. $114. Okay, that one's not too bad. Let's see what these other two are like. $131. There we go. That'll do. It's got me 3. There's nothing wrong with these other ones. But I expect the gain of the old AF117s is quite a lot higher than that. In fact, we'll try one just to have a look. I mean, some of the AF117s I've pulled out have been 300 HFE and all sorts. Let's go for number 2. I think this was the only one that was working, wasn't it? Oh, 179. So, you know, same sort of ballpark, isn't it, really? Try another one. Bear in mind that some of these are shorted. Gets off. This one don't want to be tested. Itchy nose. 530, that one. But he has got shorts. I bet it's a different story when the shorts are removed. 530 HFE. Has it just died? It's my grabber lead not on it properly. And it's died now, look. Died live. Thinks it's a Zener diode now. Could just be dirty legs on there. No, that one's kaput. Not even a transistor, that one. Went from 500 HFE to nothing to a Zener. Hi Martin, how are you? Brett's in, hi Brett. Let's catch up. Let's catch up. Let's catch up. Where were we? Beer today was this one. Northern Monk Twist Edition. Faith in Haze. Slow and cranky. MP3 module to a 1930s pinball. Very good, Ralph. cramped up with my knees. Let's catch up then with the chat. Well, I'm still going down through the chat. Rob's back from tea. HFE bingo. A couple of fence panels in, yeah, we had a lot of wind. I expect you've lost some, Brett, have you? '50s French Starlet 36. Never heard of that. From Star Radio. Oh, I've not heard of that. Not heard of that. Right, let's have a look at these then. So I've got to get these legs basically so as they're in the same orientation as these. So these are in like a straight line, but just slightly offset. And these are all four corners, so it is difficult to do. So we need to make sure we get them right as well. So looking at the base, we've got shield, collector, emitter, base. The problem with these is you want collector, shield, base, emitter, so you've got to cross a couple legs. So you've got collector, shield, base, emitter in that orientation. Difficult to see in it really. Oh, you can probably see it better than me because I've got a little tiny postage stamp thing here, but that's basically what they need to be like. So let's do them all, because otherwise it gets really confusing if you get one of these wrong, like I have done on more than one occasion. Then all sorts of fun and games goes on. Right, so it's collector, shield, base, emitter, like that. It's unusual, the tab's bent down on that. Now these don't grow whiskers like the other one, but they've got a slightly different configuration on the material, I would assume. Just be really careful that the legs don't touch, because of the way you've got to bend them, they are prone to crossing over. Especially the collector and the shield, you do not want those two touching. So there we are, that's my transistors ready to go in. Now it's a case of getting them in the board. So let's do this one first. So we've got collector there, collector, shield. Shield. They're not easy to get in, these. So we've got collector, shield, base, emitter. Just like that. That should easily go in, but it isn't going to. Time for the tweezers. This is the most horrible job. Right. So that's there, it's in. Do the next one. That's a collector there. Collector and shield. Next one. I'm going to go over these in a minute and just make 100% sure I've got the legs in the right places. It's so easy to get confused and put them wrong. 2 down, 1 to go. So there's our collector there. Base there. The problem is you've got all these other components in the way. That is the problem. And the base is trying to go in the emitter hole. That's got to come back out. Right. All 3 in. They're not soldered up yet, but you can see them on the back there, they are in. Right, let's get the goggles on and have a closer look at this. Right, first one then, so shield's in the right place, base is in the right place, but the legs look like they're virtually touching, but I'm going to solder that in first. Base. Yeah, the base and the shield are next to each other on there, so that's fine. Yeah, that one's fine. It's the last one. Yeah, that one's fine. Right, I'm going to get them soldered in. So that soldering iron there is a bit big for soldering these in, so let's swap that out for the bent one because my other one's not working still. Soldering iron is set 350. So I'm just using this bent tip now. Yeah, you try getting sleeving on this and putting them in the board. It's not easy. I would try and just solder them in and then just look at them under some magnification and bend the wires once they're soldered. Just give them a bit of distance apart. Sleeving is very, very hard on this. You can do sleeving on the other radios, but on these modules it's very difficult to sleeve it. Okay. So again, you've got to be in and out quick on these. There we are, all soldered, all looking nice. So I'm going to snip the legs off. Again, you need a nice sharp pair of side cuts. You don't want to be twisting these, just snip them clean off. You're going to move slightly and you'll lift the trace. This is if anybody wants to have a go at doing their own. Okay, that's them all soldered and all the legs cut off. I just need to have a look over it now. Just get the tweezers to bend. Put a bit of distance between any of the legs that look like they're a bit close. So that one, they're nicely spaced. That one is quite close. Not touching, but quite close. Better. And that one as well. Again, you've got to be careful with this because you can lift the pad. There we are, no touching pads. There we are. So that's all three done with no pads touching. Next thing is the capacitors. So we've got, I think it's 4 10s and a 2.5 or 3. Yeah, 2.5. So again, I'm just going to get my Sharpie pen and find what I've done with it. It was here. I'm just going to mark where the negative is. Jim, very appropriate out for Sunday. It is, isn't it? The monk. So that's the negative there. So the negative is at the back. You can get in on the board. That's the negative there. Negative. Negative there. Right, so I'm going to blitz these out. I tend to put radios back in here rather than axials. There we are, all loose, no lifted pads. Let's get some caps. Where are we? I found my stash of 10s as well. They were in with the 4.7s. So I'm just using 16 volt caps. I think these are 16, or are they 50s? No, 16s. 3, 4 10s. And we've got these new ones. Let's put one of those in. Let's put a nice green and red. Pretty. So you could go for a 3.3 or go for a 2.2 instead of the 2.5. No. Where's me tweezer? Forceps even. Now this is back one. Don't run out. So if there's any time where you want to change the caps regardless of whether they're any good or not, is here. Because you do not want one of these failing. That way. Yeah, you don't want one of these failing in a module. Right, all of the caps ready to go. So you need to be thinking about some ESR values then. We'll do a bit of cap bingo on these. Let's get them soldered in a minute. I usually quite fine solder it because you don't want a lot of solder on these. One needs to sit down a bit further on the board. There we are. Yeah, didn't take long, did it? So these are not available currently to buy on my website. I tend to just do them one at a time, and I'll do one, sell it, and then leave it as a zero stock for the time being until I'm ready to do another one, and then I'll put it back as in stock. Someone will buy one, I'll restore it, and then so on and so on. So if you want one, the best place to look is my website, which is radiocruncher.com. So that is the module done. Doesn't take long, does it? It does when you haven't done one before. It can be on it for days. Right. So I'm going to put a little blob of flux on that one. Drop them back in. Bend that tab back there. A little screwdriver. Flux on there. It's strange it's got this hole in here and in here. Now I think Mullard must have had some sort of test jig, because that lines up perfectly with this like little capacitor here. So it's like a capacitor drawn on the board. If I get you in as close as I can get you on this. So I don't know if you can see, yeah, just about. So if you see this little horseshoe piece here and a line, that's a capacitor printed onto the circuit board. Now this line here is connected to this transistor, and I think they must have had some sort of test jig or something to connect all this up to, and then they probably put a scope probe through and just measure off of this center pin. I'm sure that must be what it was for, because as I say, this fits exactly over that hole. See? Bit of a mystery, that one. I'm sure we got people that used to work in Robert's service department that would know how they used to refurb these. So you can see it there now, look. That is still lined up. So it must have been for a scope probe, I'd have thought. The next thing we need to do is just get the legs squared up. I'm going to go back and see if I can find Frankie in a minute. This is one of the horrible jobs. If I can't find Frankie, we're just going to have to go for it and hope that what I've done is correct. I really wanted to prove that this was 100% working before I put it back in, because I think we've got multiple faults on this set, not just one. Multiple faults in the IF for sure, but the actual board itself. I'm just straightening these up. Let's just zoom out a little bit because you can't see what I'm up to. I zoomed in really close to show you that other piece. Fat Tony! He was used to vent the free radicals. How you doing, Tony? So yeah, these are a pain in the neck to line up. You've got to squash them, and I don't know what happens to them when they come out, but they just never go back in easy. Yeah, that's got them pretty good. Just got to eye them up and get them in a dead straight line. If you just got one pin slightly out, they won't go back in. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. So there he is, ready to go back in the set. Right. Time for me to hunt down Frankie. He can't be far. The only question mark is whether I put it up in the loft. I did put a lot of stuff up in the loft when my lad came to stay at Christmas. Oh, the old back's a bit stiff. Sat on that chair for too long. Yeah, that's the only question mark really. Oh, there goes the router. Hopefully that hasn't kicked us offline. Hopefully we've still got internet connection. So just knock the router on the floor. Yeah, we're still in, I believe. I thought that was Frankie for a minute, but it's not. So Frankie, for those that don't know, is a Roberts R707 that I've taken the module out of. I've hardwired it so it will accept an external module. So I can just plug in a module to test on it. I'll tell you what, that's the chaos in here. Well, I can't see it tagged just here. It's not on my shelf. Whew. So I'll let you talk amongst yourselves for a minute while I go and try and hunt it down. I have already had a good look, so I'm not holding up much hope, really. They've got to be here somewhere. I say, I'm sure I used it not that long ago. It's not in my room here, that's one thing for sure. JJ. Oh, you were still waiting on the yacht boy. Apologies, JG. I've been stuck in the middle of my my accounts at the moment, but I have got it downstairs with the boxes ready to go, and it's going off hopefully early part of next week with an AVO test meter for Chris as well, which is going at the same time. So it will be off next week, mate, for sure. I'll let you know as soon as I posted it. Right, quick toilet trip. The search continues. I think the problem with this one is the wires aren't clearly visible because you shut the back panel, you can shut the wires behind the back panel. I think with the R600 they come out through a slot on the back because there's no back panel. So I've got an R707 there, but I don't think that's it. No, it's got no top to the area or anything. Don't think it's that one. I've got a lot of R707s here. Okay, get the back panel off of this one. No, not that one, after all that effort. What's that in front of it? That's one of the old R600s, one of the original ones. What else have we got here then? I've got an R707 actually in its original case there, but that's no, R600 even. No, Commodore 64. No, Commodore. Hackers. Good old hackers. Going to do a hacker again soon. Get a decent radio on the bench. What's that? R600. I wonder if we could test it with the R600 Frankie. I think we got an IF missing though, haven't we, on that? That's the difference. This one here. No, that's a stripy grill, it's not that one. That's one of the last ones. No, that's not it. Is anyone feeling lucky? Hang on, is that it there? I found him. Hiding under a load of manuals. Look, here he is. Woohoo! Cool, that's a relief. That's a relief. Frankie's in the house. Never fear. Frankie's here. Frankie is here. Glad I found that. That was bugging me, that. So there's Frankie, all ready to receive a test module. So say it's not absolutely essential, but it's it can take a lot of the guesswork out of it. So we now need to get this wired up to here. Yeah, so this is Frankie. So where the module sits, there's nothing apart from all these wires coming out. And I've joined up all the grounds and all the rest of it inside. It's not an easy job to do that. I've also put a power point in here so I can plug it directly into my power supply. So this makes life a lot easier. Okay. Is it center pin positive or negative on this? I can't remember. I think it's positive center pin. Yeah, center pin positive. Let me swap those leads around then. Center pin positive. And we want 12 volts. That's ready. So I need to get my book out to find out what the connections are. So I've got my little notebook here with all my connections, which one goes to which pin. There we are. And check AFC operation. Don't forget to check AFC operation. Shut that up a minute. Okay. So we've got to get this the right way round as well. So that one, that one, that one, purple, which is blue, and the last one is the ground. So I've actually marked on this what each pin does. So that's AM out, positive 9.5 volts, AFC out, FM out, and negative. That's all on this side of the board. This one, signal in, various other signals and ground, but that's the most important side on here. This is all the outputs from the module. So we need signal in. Not all of these modules work, you know. I've had more than one module fail on this tester after I've refurbed it, and some I've managed to sort out and others are in the graveyard, the module graveyard. Green. Green. These aren't great, these little clips. I have got a load of the other ones to replace these, but I haven't got round to it yet. These little clips are horrible. These bigger clips are much better. So then we've got, that's purple, which is there. What's that one? There, all connected. Let's pop the, now this one's, I think, I'm not sure if it's this one or the R606. It's got a dodgy FM front end on it. Let's pull it up.
Situation, a job that you're in, you know, I think it's get that sense that this is just too much for me. I think that your feelings inside that it's time to do something. It's so true that things just change.
Because these sets are weird because Roberts in their wisdom, oh, they did some strange stuff. Roberts in their wisdom decided that the AFC, instead of pushing the button down to switch the AFC on, that switches the AFC off. It's confusing, but...
And the other one...
So if I pop that up,
from that, you know, it's
you can hear it locks in.
That's
So
that, you know, that thing's not me anymore. I think
so
quitting is quite a negative connotation, doesn't it? You think... Pens in my hand.
A bit more I can find. A necklace of raindrops and the kingdom under the sea. Books that mark another legendary working collaboration.
AFC's working fine.
This time with the great Joan Aiken. And just looking at them here, these beautiful... This nice young lady that I never saw again.
So that's FM is now working fine with good volume. Obviously, we haven't gone over the amplifier or the other ones, so there might still be volume issues, but we are looking good so far. Let's get Derek's modulator up on the bench again. What did I do with it? Where have I put it? I put it safely somewhere where it shouldn't be, over here, underneath the front panel. Pop the aerial back in. So now when we connect this one back into the other radio, if something's not working, at least, well, I'm assuming that the module's going to be okay on AM, then we know it's somewhere else in the set and not the module, so we don't have to worry about stripping the whole module out again. So let's turn my phone on. Let's go back to YouTube. Let's play me again, rabbiting on about a load of nonsense.
So glad you called.
Medium wave. So it should be on 400, which is there. Caps as well as this type of cap's got 3 terminals on it. This has got 2, but they're they lock in. So you twist it and it locks in. So you don't need the third leg, but there is terminals on the bottom for both types. That. So it's just a case of sucking out the other ones and making sure we get the right one right. And this needs a good cleanup. I don't know why it's God, that's overloading it. All sort of dusty like that. It does look like it's overheated, doesn't it? Or, I don't know, but this grey stuff on the top of here is going everywhere. Is there a heat sink, John? Was there a heat sink on the bridge rectifier originally? Because it looks like there's a bit of glue in the corner as well. Anyway, cheers everybody. It's working. Hi Jess, how are you? Yeah, I'm gonna. So it's picking up a bit of hum. Might be my soldering iron. Or the lights. Anyway, let's disconnect that. Long wave. So we should be able to get radio for, where's long wave? 1500 around here somewhere. It's got to be that way round for radio 4.
You've got to say, this is who I am. This is what I can do, this is what I can't do.
Full house.
This is where I'm from, I think.
Shortwave. Picking up all the usual noises. Morse on. Seven megs. And China on the indoor aerial. That module is officially fine. No problems. Frankie wins the day. How about that then? See, I was at one stage going to offer to just charge someone. They wanted to do their module and send it to me. I could put it on this and test it for them for a small fee before they try it back in their radio. But that is a very useful bit of kit, isn't it? It's only a beaten up old earlier version. This one's got a decent Roberts badge as well. So this might lose its Roberts badge. The grill's a bit dinged up, but it's not a bad radio. It needs a bit of a squirt on the old switchback. Strange actually that it's got the later buttons, but an early case. Bit of a crossover maybe. Can't remember what the serial number was on this one though. But there you are. There's Frankie. Thank you, Frankie. Glad I found that one. So what we can do now is we can reinstall it. As you can see, it's a blimmin' rat's nest, isn't it? We can reinstall it and see if it works before we start doing the caps. There is a couple caps that are easier to do with the module out. This is one here. This one's easier to do with the module out. The rest can be done pretty much with it, and it's just this one here ought to be done now. It's a damn sight easier to desolder it. So we'll get this one done and then we'll pop the module back in, hopefully. We need to put some stickers on it saying it's been refurbed. Because what you don't want to do is someone buy it, a few years down the line they have a problem with it, and tries to pull the module out and refurb it when it's already been done. Not to say that a fault couldn't develop in the module again, but it's unlikely once it's been sorted. So while that desoldering tool's firing up, let's get a pen, just write that on. What is it now? It's January 2024. So AF 125 plus caps. You don't think you can beat a hacker, but this does come very close, Robert, and if you're a classical music listener, this would knock some of the hackers to touch, to be fair. So, hacker are better engineered, much nicer radios. This is a horrible thing to work on. I'll stick that over, stop people. It's not a very nice radio to work on. It's not particularly well made, but they do sound very nice. They do sound very nice. So if you haven't got one of these and you're feeling lucky, you can get yourself one and have a go. If you get stuck, you can always message me for help. And if you're a patron, I can even do a Skype call with you and help you out with it. So right, okay, desoldering tool back up to temperature. Let's just get this cap taken out. So it's there. I usually forget this, so I'm quite proud of myself that I've remembered this today. It's one side. The other side, is that it there? Yeah. Let's have a look which way around this is. So this is the negative here. Just going to mark that. It's not very great at marking the board, that one, is it? I think this is a 125, so I'm going to put 150 back in. It's got to be the best Roberts radio that they've ever made. This modern stuff is junk, really, compared to this. Okay, that's a 125, so I'm going to pop a 150 in. Needs to be a radial, this axial, I mean. Must be 150s, that's one, I think, isn't it? You could do it with a radial, but it doesn't look pretty. You can see a lot of this in the back, so yeah, it's a 150. Bit shorter than the original. So give the legs a bend, make it look pretty. Make sure we've got the value facing up. Probably about there. Size it up on this side of the board. Okay, misjudged the leg bending situation there. It's one thing about having a magnetic strip for your tools, that everything gets stuck to your tools. See why this was easier to do without the module in. We've got to sort that switch bank as well before we do anything else, because that is not latching properly. Just solder that one in. Mike, how you doing, mate? Yeah, they do sound nice. It was something that wasn't actually soldered in from the factory there. Yeah, we've got to sort this switch bank out. It's just, I think it's just dirty, I think. Yeah, it's just dusty. Could probably do with going in the ultrasonic, that one. Yeah, that one could do with going in the ultrasonic, to be honest. It's lost all of the backs of the thing as well. There should be like a little copper thing over the back of those. I'll send that, not all of them at it, I suppose. Another area of issue is dry joints on these pins, that you need to really get those hot to solder those joints, those switch banks in, because you're heating a large brass peg that travels right through the body and right out the other side. So these are fun to solder. Right, I'm going to have to get that switch bank latching before we go any further with it. Let's just clean off some of the muck here. Some of the dust. It's not muck really, just need dust. So I'm going to stick some isopropyl down it first to clean it through. Because there's like a little bar that slides down in behind the switch bank. Let's get you in a bit closer. How are we doing on the chat? Let's have a look back through the chat a minute. Yeah, show within a show. Happy early St. Valentine's. Get your love a box of candy early. Yeah. Well, Mrs. Cruncher's birthday's next week. It's actually next Sunday, so I think we're not going to be able to stream next Sunday because I've got a meal booked on Saturday. Yeah, I've got two, Gerard. I've got a R600 and an R707 Frankie. One of each. Two tries to go to war. Just catching up with everything. Just catching up. Some reason long wave is quieter on these sets as Rob has designed it to switch in a resistor when long wave is selected. Huh, really? A broadcast from Hungary. Mad CW contest, Les, is there? Needs a Frankie logo. I won't put it somewhere safe, yeah, I'll make sure. Catch you soon, Martin. Cheers, mate. RP26B, £3.20. God, that's a bargain, isn't it? I'm still catching up with the chat, people. Forget the stream, Mrs. Cruncher comes first. She certainly does. Happy returns, very good sorts. Phone up classic radio shop in Chroma as he has repainted one in the past and is very helpful. What are we talking about? What's been repainted? Oh, do you mean the top of the gold Sovereign? Yeah, Rob's got a few issues with that one, but you know. Right, let's crack on and get this switch bank moving a bit better. I'm just going to squirt a bit of isopropyl down there, just to clean out any gunk in behind it that might have got stuck in there. These, I find that the latching mechanism on these early sets isn't as good as the later ones. Just relies on this bit of sprung metal here to latch in, and there's a bar in underneath here that moves up and down. Let's flush it through with a bit of Servasol as well now. And then we'll follow it up with a little bit of light oil, I think. Way over there. Let's get that down there. Right, switch cleaner, that's what I was after. I knew there's something I needed. Now, can I find my Servasol or not? Yeah, there he is. But as usual, the nozzle has pinged off of it. But I did put loads of nozzles in here. How about that? Oh, hello. Just sprayed the laptop, not good. Just sprayed the laptop. Right, let's pop a little bit of switch cleaner down there then. Get it really moving. Now it's latching. Nice. Yeah. It's one of the drawbacks to these earlier sets. They aren't the greatest latchers on the planet. Not the greatest latchers. Let's give these switches a good old squirt while I'm here. It's better. It ain't perfect, but as I say, you know, unfortunately not going to get one of these perfect. Yeah, just that end one with that spring is just not great. That's as good as it gets. You can't transport a newer one in either because you've got the issue with the slits rather than having what I'm trying to say, rather than having screws to attach it. Right, clear up time. How are we doing for time? I never know. I've got to keep looking on the computer. 5:10, okay. I wonder if we're going to have time to get this one back together and tested. I don't think we're going to be doing the caps today, but we can certainly get it back together, I think, and give it a try. That's the aim. So I say, you've got to bend the tabs over to join the switch panel back in. And one thing you need to do before you do any soldering is to just check the alignment of the buttons. I've done one of these once. I did one once, done one, did one, and soldered everything together. Went to put the dial plate back on the top and everything was binding up. So you just need to sort of fit this, what do you call it, trial fit it first, to make sure that all of the buttons are free to move and they're at the right angle. And you just got to bend the tabs back around. Not great, but that's how they did it. Just check the alignment of those. Okay, so they are facing in a bit, so they've got to come up. Yeah, they're going to have to come up a little bit. So that's really to do with the, not so much the tabs, although I should be able to tighten that up a little bit. And this one a little bit. No, that was still moving. This. How's that looking? Okay, so we need to make sure that when we solder it back up, because the wires actually give it rigidity. I'll tell you what I haven't done. I haven't put the blimmin' capacitor legs back on. Okay, let's take that off again then. Oh, I'm jumping ahead of myself here. I haven't put the module back in yet. Dear, oh dear. Come on, Graham, sort yourself out. You've got to put the module back in first. It's not going to work without that in, is it, Graham? Fool. Where's the goat? Where's the goat? Which is the one with batteries in? Not that one. I should think so too. You watching on the telly, Brett? Okay. Right, let's put the module back in, shall we, first? That would help, wouldn't it? Dear, oh dear. Button tops come off. Oh, and there goes the dial plate onto the floor. Okay, this is the fun bit. So these have moved just by putting the module wires on from Frankie. They're not too bad. It's moved in. Now this either goes easy or it's a pain in the backside. There's no in between. There is no in between. So let's see. Are we going to be lucky? You feeling lucky? You all feeling lucky? That side's gone in. So a little tip, you can just ease it up a bit. Gives you a bit of wiggle room to just push it. Push it. Come on, come on. It's like cracking a safe, it is. Get these holes to line up. Now they've jumped back out. Yeah, these are great. Can't even test fit them on the back really because they're in the wrong orientation. Try that. That side's all in. Just this one. Now where are they? I can't even see those. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we've gone too extreme with the leg bend on those. As I said, they either go easy or they're a pain in the backside. These are a pain in the backside. That side went in nice and easy that time though. Okay, that side's in now. Ooh, nearly. Yeah, we're in. We are in. Let's bend them quick before they decide to not play ball. There he is. What a pain that is. Right, let's get him in quick before he moves. No, he can't move now. No moving now. And put a little bit of flux on just to help it because it's old pads. Right, that's all of the module legs soldered back in, and we now need to do the little tiny wires. is a fiddly old job. Yeah. I don't know. They did make it difficult for themselves. They certainly made it difficult for themselves to service these things in the future. Do it like that, you know? It's it's going to show many pictures. Oh, I hate this thing. I'm getting this problem here with my phone. I don't know if anybody's got an Android phone, and when I take photos, you know, some of them come up, but then some of them don't, you know? What is going on with that? When you click on one, it just, nothing happens. You know, some days it's fine. Yeah, it's just today again, for some reason, it suddenly started doing this. Yeah, I really don't understand why it's doing that, but that's totally a waste of my time now. Oh well, let's get him back in. Stop whining, Graham. Get it done. Just putting these little tiny wires back on. I don't know how much of this you can see. Let me get you in a bit closer now, being that we've got the majority of it done. Yeah, I don't know. I've not had it before with this. It just started recently. Yeah, it started happening sort of December time. November, December time, and I lost a lot of photos, kept coming up with that. I really don't know why it does it. I looked it up online and it said about trying all these different things to do, which I did, and none of them really cured it. So, say it could be critical, couldn't it? You know, if I didn't know roughly where these went, I could be in all sorts of trouble now for taking pictures of it. So it's just laziness these days, I suppose, isn't it? Doing it on the phones, but it's just so convenient. You know, back in the day, you had to write down notes of it all, didn't you? Had to write little drawings and notes of everything and where it went. Then we had digital cameras before the phones were any good. I had a little Kodak when digital cameras first came out. It's phenomenal. Couldn't believe it. Just go out, snap a picture, and then download it onto my computer. I thought it was amazing. This film camera, man, before that. But yeah, we are spoiled, aren't we, with these modern devices. Oh, look at me, I sound like someone from the olden days. An old timer. I suppose I am. Come on. I believe it was just the end one that didn't have a wire lead. I'm lucky really, because if I did get really stuck, I've got loads of photos I've taken of these in the past, over many years of repairing these. Got stacks of them, stacks of them. Memory card, Harvey. It's a 200 gig card, I believe. So yeah, it should be saving to just try to convert to recycle bin location. Yeah, there's nothing on there. Cloud sync, I've not got it synced with the cloud. Yeah, so it definitely says it's there. I mean, it says it's 2.04 megs, so there is a file stuck in there, and it says it's saved it to the SD cardlet. But I mean, that's the folder, SD card DCIM / camera. But yeah, it's just not appearing. Strange, isn't it? Clean the SSD strips. Okay, right. Trying to think. Well, oh, hang on. I did have that wire. Let me just see if that wire is. How bad that wire's burnt there a minute. I did catch it with the soldering iron. Instead of photos, try to access the pics from the files. Yeah. So if I go to files, I'm not sure if I can get to it from files. Let's have a look from files, my files. Images. Just clicked on camera and it's just frozen. Oh, hang on. What's the date today? 20. No. So you can see I'm in the file system now. So you can see photos I took yesterday when I took it. So 3 of the ones I took yesterday haven't come out, and these haven't with the little icon. So I click on one of those. Comes back up with that again. Let's go to details. SD card, DCIM camera. Yeah. I'll have to take the SD card out and see if I can get it to get work in a card reader. That's the only thing I can try. Anyway, onwards. Oh, I was going to check that wire, wasn't I? So let me make sure, see if that's gone through the insulation. I don't think it has. Just caught the edge of it with the desoldering gun. Go to... that's fine. That's fine. I just had to push it out of the way to get those soldered up. The joint there doesn't look very well soldered. Hit that with a soldering arm while I'm in here. Brill. And that one doesn't either. Surprising what a bit of magnification shows you. So that one there's not great either. Just have a look while I'm in here, make sure there's nothing else. I found a dry joint just now. I don't think it ever had any solder. Plus we had the aerial connection that never looks like it was ever soldered. That's not a great joint down there. Better. Okay. Now this is another fun bit. It's easier if the board is not attached by all these wires, and you haven't got goats in the way and loads of other things on your bench. You've got to try and line these wires up with those holes. Which is not much fun. See what I mean? You've got to line up the holes in this board with these wires, and they're not long enough. I could have done with putting some new long ones in, really. Zoom back out a little bit now. One lined up. Two. Three lined up. Yeah. Great fun. Right. All bar one that's being a pain. Gotcha. Got it. Oh, another one's jumped out now. Just going to put a little bend on the top of all of these in a minute, so they don't jump out again. I'll get this last one back in, which was in quite nicely, but now it's jumped back out. It's like a surgical operation, isn't it? Trying to get these things put back together. Right. Problem is he's bent flat. Let's just bend him straight again. And hopefully we can find where he goes. Would have been quicker to take the board out really completely, just desolder it all, but you know. There he is. Right, that's all of them through. Let's line up the old switch back onto the pegs. Now I've got these too tight now. Yeah, definitely would have been easier to just take it off. But there you are. How are we doing in the chat? Dwarf. Connect your phone to the PC using a USB cable. Yeah, we'll have to do that, Dwarf. Right. So some of these are right on the very edge. Draw the dial plate on again, because this is where it gets boring when I try to put stuff back together, isn't it? Oh, I lost another button off the top, look. I'll tell you what, I was barely reaching there. Is now, but right, let's get the next one in. Some of these legs were longer than the other. This is a problem. So it's typical, isn't it? The ones that you want in the long ones are short, and the short ones are long, if you know what I mean. But they're all there. Done. Right, okay. Whew. Just clear out these holes then where I've pulled stuff. That's okay. They're all right. Let's catch up with a chat again then. Hot air soldering station. Yeah, you need to have a word with the phone guys, really. I've got this Tenma one. I like Tenma stuff. It does seem to be one of the better ones. Yeah, this one's lasted a long time. This is a Tenma ESD safe SMD workstation or rework station. Seems to. I've had it for probably about 3 years now. It was originally brought to me by Bill Beatty, who's some SR2000 I still got here. Can't get hold of him now for some reason. It's one of those jobs I never could fix that radio. You can't fix them all. You can't fix them all. Nice. This one's angling up a little tiny bit. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the ones that if I was going to buy one again, I would buy that. I think it's the same one that my mate Vince uses. So if you have a look at Vince's channel, that's the one really that you want. It's got a slightly different way of attaching the nozzles on the end, rather than this type with the screw on it. They're a bit dearer than the budget ones, but it's like anything in it, you get what you pay for. Put a little bit of flux on these because they're a bit grotty. Let's give me a nicer joint. one of the things that I've started to put all my tools on the in the description of the videos. So if anyone's wondering like sort of what soldering station I'm using, or desoldering station, or what my soldering iron is, all that sort of stuff, I've put it all in the description now, and there's also Amazon links if anybody wants to buy any of it. Then I get some huge commission, absolutely massive. I don't know, I made any yet, so no one's bought anything. Right, now this is where it gets tricky. This is where you need the photos, really, because we've got multiple wires all going in different directions. I believe that one goes there. I think that one goes there. That one there. And that one up. I believe that's it. I'm going to have a check in a minute. I've got some of my old photos. .862D as well. That's the one, the Aten. That's the one. That's the boy you need. That's the one, the Aten ST862. You reckon it might be fake FETs confusing the faults, Les, do you? Yeah, they are, that is the one to go for. If I had to buy another one, I would get that one without a doubt. But this one works fine for me, for what I do. No problem. Right, I think we got grey next, potentially. I'm going to have to get the old diagrams. I'm going to have to get the pictures back up, I think. Going to have to get the pictures back up. I want to get this fired up now. We're running out of time, so let's get a wiggle on. Let's bring up my images. So back in the day when I wonder if Google's captured it. No, it hasn't. Yeah, back in the day when I was doing lots of these, I put albums up with them all in. So somewhere I have lots of albums of R707s and the like. Royal Wooten Bassett has got no photos for some reason. No photos there. No photos in radio images. I don't know what's going on there. RP25, DAT10, SW77. It does help to keep these organized in albums. So Rob's got a Hacker Hunter capacitor to rebuild. So I've got lots of photos here of how I did that. So R707, here we go. So this is one of my albums I've done of an R707. This is a slightly different one. I expect this is the newer version. You can see pretty much where the wires go, the different colors. So this is the detail that you need. So yeah, I've got those pretty much in the right place. I think the only one that's a question mark is these two here. Can't really see where they come off. But you can here. Okay, so yeah, that's the two wires that were in question, those two there. So I can see clearly now that they come off. So I have got those the right way round. I think that one went in that hole, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I've got grey, yellow, white, orange next then. Grey, yellow, white, orange. So you do need to take photos when you do this sort of stuff. I mean, I would have probably had a good guesstimate of that, or I would have had to look at the wiring diagrams, schematic. Good luck with that. Point to point wiring, gotta love it. So the board's getting really solid now. The more wires go in, the more solid it gets. Right, so we have now got that one. Those two resistors have got to go back down onto the board. That one. We've got purple. That one. And that one. And that one. Oh dear. So many wires, so little time. Okay, so we got that wire there. I've seen these done both ways. Sometimes that purple wire there is actually soldered to the top, and sometimes it actually goes up through the hole. I prefer to get it through the hole if it would go, but sometimes, yeah, there we go. Sometimes it just won't. Bit of a botch resting it on top as an accident waiting to happen, really. Okay, and the next one then is the grey wire. And then we've got that one. That one. I have put a wire in the wrong place before on these. I'm not going to lie. I have done it. Easily done. So many wires. Right. That's the whole of the back done. There's a bit of solder hanging off there. Yeah, all looking nice. So coming round at this side now. Get these done now. I'll say we've got our two resistors. Go onto the board. So again, I've got my picture of my resistors where they go. Look, you can zoom right in on these as well. So those two. Now we've got our blue wire comes hooking across. Into that. And last but not least, we've got this right here. So I'm going to hot wire the thing for now. Just tap that back on there for a minute. Just keep it out of the way. Actually, I might as well put them on. I think it was a red on the outside, orange on the inside maybe. That switch has got to come out though. Don't think we need to worry about that because that's just a tape pickup. There's no path through that, I don't believe. Whew, let's catch up with the chat, see how we're doing. Blowing SMDs across the room. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll chat later on. I'm not interested for a minute. What solder am I using, Derek? I'm using leaded solder. I think it's the 0.7. I think it's 0.7, something like that. So actually, it was Simon gave it to me. Simon Spires very kindly gave me a reel. But he's given me a couple reels of it. So that's what I tend to use. I do have three different sizes. I've got the very fine one, which I think is 0.5 or 0.3, something like that. So I use that as well. And I've got the thicker one, which I use mainly for coax, that sort of stuff. That one. So I've got 3 different sizes of solder. I've also got leaded solder, and I've got silver solder. It's a bit of a solder freak. I mean, that's the unleaded. Yeah, 0.7 is what I'm using. 0.7 60/40, Derek, I believe. Good stuff, though. Right. So I'm going to tap that on there for now. It doesn't really need, I don't think I need to connect that up. I don't need to connect the aerial up there yet. Right, let's hook this thing up then. Let's hook her up and see if she's going to run. Are you just dropping by again, Martin, are you? How you doing, mate? I think it's 60/40 tape enthusiast. I don't know. It's I keep it on these Atten reels. Only problem is the spindle is the wrong size, so I've used a drill bit. Yeah, I don't know, it's underneath this sticker. Yeah, I can't tell you exactly because it's underneath the sticker. I'll get my 3D printer up and running. When I get time to do it, I'll have to print myself some spindles for the smaller solder because the one that they send doesn't fit properly. Right, let's crack on. Let's crack on. Do you repair these? Yes, I do, Ken, yeah. As I say, someone's bought this one off of my website, mate, so. Repair, you'll have to drop me an email, Ken, if you want me to look at one for you. I put my email up on screen for you. pop me an email, Ken, if you're looking for me to fix one for you, mate. It's not going to be for a couple months, so unfortunately, because I'm absolutely rammed with work at the moment, which is nice. But I'm trying to do a couple jobs. Well, that's that done. I don't need that connected. I can connect to clip wires and aerial. I don't think I need that tape section connected. So let's have a listen to see if it's working now then. It should be in theory, shouldn't it? I'll get myself sorted out here. Hopefully it'll work. I'll say I've not done any of the caps or anything yet on it. So let's go with VHF. Yes.
Leaving streak spatters all over the painting's glass protective screen. Women then turned to address the public. Which is more important, art or the right to healthy, sustainable? And the room was evacuated for cleaning. It's the latest in a series of attacks by...
FM works. Certainly didn't before, did it, when we started? Let's get Derek's transmitter up one more time. Let's check. In fact, we'll get both. We'll cut the long wave and the medium wave one. Let's grab the long wave one as well. Can check long wave then. Let's get this one first. Let's get the things that are going to short it out off of the bench. Connect up to my phone. This really annoying notification thing keeps jumping on. Of course it works. Six 6337, it could well be, yeah. Right, let's try this again. Get YouTube back up. Where's it now? Right. Let's pop it on medium wave. So we need to be around about 400, which is there. So I'll tune to it. Definitely got some good RF noise there. Drop this over the top.
There is a DC socket, which I think is this one here. 2. I think it's either J1 or J2.
There he is.
I've got 2. Well, I've not seen one of these before. It's an ICF 7600.
DS. Right, okay, swapping over. Let's swap over to the long wave one. And we'll check the long wave. So I'm just connecting up with these little boards that Derek has let me have. They're available off of eBay. I must put a link to those on my website for you, Derek. Don't know why I spoke really slow then, but never mind. What's going on? What's going on? It's my sanity, yeah, there's a lot of doubt as to whether that's... Right, so we're now on long wave, and this is set at 150. Oh.
Not that great is you've got for manual tuning. You've not got a knob. You've got. I like to be able to twiddle a knob for tuning.
There we go.
So that one has got something weird going on with it. John said he had. John said he had problems with the power supply. So the supply jack is broken in this one. I can see there's a piece snapped off of it. And we put it on batteries, and it got very, very hot and stopped working. So it might be totally dead inside. I don't know what it's likely to have taken out. And the other one is...
There we are, people. It is done. He's only gone and done it. He's only fixed it. He's only fixed it. So, oh, it's not too bad. 6:15. 6:15. Let me catch up with a chat, and then we'll say cheerio. But that's good news from a not totally non-working, but very, very poor. Yeah. Very, very poor working. Atom Professional ST862D, yeah. This one is okay. I mean, this is, as I say, this is a Tenma one, and I've had no problem with it at all. In fact, it works very, very well. I've not had problems. I mean, it takes a bit getting used to, like anything, but... That's mine. I'm saying it's only got a sort of fairly basic handset, but it does work very well. I'm not sure what the model number is. I will have to look it up and stick it on my list of tools, but it says it's ESD safe down there. So it's branded Tenma, which is the same as my bench power supply. And you can see my Yaesu amateur radio is nicely velcroed to the top of it. But yeah, that works fine for me. That works fine for me. No problem. I've got lots of different nozzles for it. I find that this is the one I tend to use the most. This little quite a thin but angled one. It just gives you a better angle of work, really. The make of my solder, as I say, it was given to me very kindly by Simon, so I'm really not sure. Hear a dog? Yeah, that's Maddie, I expect. Far in the hotel. Alexa's on your TV, is she? Alexa, what's Benji up to? I'm still trying to catch up with the chat here. Derek's, yeah, it is. What goes on after the live show? Yeah, I usually crash out. Takes me a day to recover, and then I'm back to normal on a Tuesday. Thanks, Aston. Cheers, Gerard. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher for next Sunday. It is her birthday on Sunday, so I'm not sure exactly what's happening yet, but I suspect we'll give it a miss next Sunday. But you never know. She might decide that she wants to recover after Saturday night, and I can pop on. 31, yeah, definitely. You escape. No worries. Yeah, we'll get a hacker done again soon. I've got a really nice one that I've got to get done. I bought it for my collection originally, but I might sell it on. I don't know. It's really rare. That's the only one I've ever seen. It's that rare. So you have seen it before. Thanks, Sandra. Cheers, everyone. Yeah, we'll of course, Joe. All your reminders come up on smart TV, so you get behind with the stream. Yeah. Cheers, Dorf. Yeah, it's only another day, isn't it? Cheers, all. So that's me done for today, people. I've just caught up with all the chat, so thanks for all your enthusiasm and encouragement today. It does help, doesn't it? Just unplug that because I'm still playing it through the radio, even though the radio's not switched on. So next time we'll have another go at this one and get all the caps done. In the week, I don't know, I've got so much on at the moment. As I say, I did say to the chap that's buying this that it's going to be a couple weeks, so hopefully I'll have time to do it in 2 weeks, but you never know. So thanks, everybody. Nice to get back to my roots and doing old Roberts again. I haven't done a 707 for a little while, so always good to keep your eye in, isn't it? I could probably do those all day long and knock them out, but you know, it's good to have the good old Frankie. Yes, Frankie lives. everyone needs a Frankie in their life to do for repairing these things for a living. That's for sure. Cheers, Ben. Thanks, everyone. Well, that's it for now. Hopefully you've enjoyed that. Don't forget to leave me some comments if you've enjoyed that. Any questions, leave them in the comments. And as I say, have a look down in the description and you'll see a list of all my tools and bits and bobs. Have a good week and I'll catch you maybe next week. Cheers for now, everybody.